We are live.
Hello, hello.
And no. Arctic, brother, love your heckin' face. Alright. It's closing things I don't need now, since I've already done all the thingies. Alright. Ready for the Stanley Parable?
I'm ready.
Alright. And whoop. Alright.
Hey, look at that. It's
Aw.
us.
Yes, it is. There we go. Full send. Please adjust the slider until you stop adjusting the slider. I don't know what that does. So, blah, blah.
Well, that's when you stop adjusting the slider.
Oka boinkow or scrumtush? What?
I don't know. It's pretty clear to me.
Which would you pick? Because both words are really funny.
Well, you are Stanley here.
I know. I'm just. Hmm.
It's up to you to decide.
I really don't know. Because they're both hilarious. Hmm. I don't know. They're both really wonky and funny made up words.
Well, don't overthink it, I guess.
Oh, Oka boinkow or scrumtush? Boinkow. I'm gonna go with Oka boinkow. I don't. I don't know. I'll just slightly lean to Oka boinkow, I guess. I don't know. Please don't adjust the slider. Okay. Do you know what time it is right now? Yes. Yes.
Are you sure about that?
What is time anyway? Yes. Is there anything about yourself that you haven't told me? Yes. Yes. I'm just gonna. Will you come back to visit me? Yes. It's pressing all the yes. That was interesting.
Well, you completed the pre-launch questionnaire.
That was a really long questionnaire. Questionnaire? Oh no. Ah! Hello, press Leica. Got a press Arctic and a press Leica. And yes, there is a small apple on my head. The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big...
In a big. Oops. In a big.
So, you remember where we left off?
Uh...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
If I remember correctly, we were going to go into the mysterious unknown where it goes DLC door.
Actually, I think last time we were doing it, we went to the baby game, and we were going to play that for 4 hours straight.
The what?
You remember the game where the baby was crawling into the fire? And the narrator was like, oh yeah, the true meaning of this game doesn't occur until 4 hours have passed.
Are you seriously asking me to do that for 4 hours?
Would you be surprised if I said that Jerma did it on his, he did it when he played Ultra Deluxe the first time
For 4 hours?
for 4 hours.
Why? I would drive my entire audience away very quickly because of the constant crying.
Believe me, it actually gets worse.
Oh,
Hold on, so I know we just started the game and everything, but there is a video that a mercifully short video. Let me pull it up.
Okay.
Well, I say mercifully short. It's about 7 minutes long.
Hmm.
Actually, maybe not for now. We could do it later.
You sure?
Yeah. But yeah, there is an actual ending for that one. It is delightfully stupid.
I know exactly the perfect day to stream that then. A day I never stream. Ever. The day I usually go hide. I'm not even kidding. I will do that for April 1st.
Excellent.
I never do April 1st, ever, and I always go and hide. Like, I completely go offline April 1st every year.
Fair enough.
But, you know what? If you want me to do that baby mini game for 4 hours, I'll do that on April 1st. You know what? I will do that on April 1st. Just keep the baby away from fire for 4 hours. I'll do that on April Fool's Day. I will. Hi, Lyarza. What do you think, love? You like that idea?
Sure, let's do it.
I mean, if you really want me to do it now, I could. But
Nah, it's fine. It's fine. It's a funny anecdote though, because of course Germa would do it.
that's fair. That's fair. I will do it though. I just don't think today's the best time to do it. To be fair. Unless you really want me to do it right now, I will go find it again and do
No,
it.
no, no. You're fine. You're fine.
Well, is there anything else I need to do before I go into the new content door? Did I do all the endings? I think I did.
I think you did all the endings. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Let's find out. Oh. Oh. Huh. Whoa.
Hello, and thank you for playing The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, The Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
It's just gonna be the same game over again, isn't it? It's an entire meme, isn't it?
Okay, so far it's an elevator.
I'm saying nothing.
Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Okay.
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Gimme the content, Stanley. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle?
Interesting.
Hi, Vlad.
Hello, Precious Vlad. How are you, Bean?
Also, I would suggest saving a few jumps. Not spoiling it or anything, but you might want to save a few.
Oh. I didn't know.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Well, I got 18 remaining because I didn't know any better.
Goodness.
No, no.
Another elevator. Stanley,
I say
have
this
to
having
say,
foresight.
Initial impressions of this game are not positive.
Okay.
It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that
Well,
on
hope
the box.
today's,
The
a good
Stanley
day at
Parable
work.
Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is. That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
It the what? That's a new. Very interesting. Interesting.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Don't go in the vent just yet. Go back to the door first.
Which door?
The door you were about up the stairs.
This one?
Yep.
Oh, you don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine. You're a dork anyway, so who cares?
You can go back now. That's something a lot of people miss. I want you to just know that existed.
Okay.
Never mind. You're not a dork.
Wait, if I go back, is he gonna say I'm a dork again?
Try it. Nope.
Aw, bummer.
I didn't know about this on my first playthrough. I love this game so much.
I can see why it's great. Coffee nut. Interesting. Okay, what do I do? Oh, I fall. That's what I do.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Wait, what the?
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Oh, wow. It's quite a pretty little place.
I think it would actually make a fun VR chat world.
I was thinking the same thing. Have the ability to go, like, over that way and over that way and stuff. Like, because, like, you can see stuff over there. It'd be nice. Nice
Yeah.
little place, VR chat. I wonder how hard it would be to put in VR chat.
Someone's probably already done it.
Maybe. You know.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
it's just, it's just the Last of Us right there.
Integrity.
That's funny. That's funny.
Our first kiss, my first car, the release of the Stanley Parable in 2013.
Yep. I love the heck out of this game. I like work, just hate my boss. That's a nice coffee mug. I should find a way to make an actual one like that and just hand it to my grandfather because he constantly bitches about his boss. 1951. Interesting. $1. That looks like someone just dead ass scanned $1 and just plopped it in the game.
I legit think that's what they did. Funny, or well, actually, I'm not sure. Because funny thing, you actually can't print out, like pictures of dollars, or scan dollars into a computer. There is a very subtle form of copy protection on every dollar and every consumer scanner, printer, so on and so forth, that basically prevents them from being reproduced.
Unless they're from like the 80s or 90s before all that was added.
No, nope. I'm fairly certain that that's been on it, and for many ages. It's the Urion constellation. A very interesting little bit of tech history, but I'll ADHD into that topic at a later date.
Just boop. Go ahead.
No, nah. We're here for Stanley. Stanley.
I had a TV that looked like that once.
Mm-hmm.
Go outside, don't play for 5 years.
Yep, that is an actual achievement. If you check the achievement list now, that also is an achievement.
Unachievable. How do you get an unachievable achievement? What?
I think that it's possible to get it in the original game on like an extraordinarily low random chance. But don't quote me on that because I'm actually not sure.
Go outside. So how do you even do that one?
Easy. Play the game for 5 years.
Who would do that though?
You would be surprised.
It's such a good game.
You would be surprised. There are some very dedicated achievement hunters.
Have you gotten that achievement?
Not legitimately. Not in the base game, or not in the original game anyway. Because you can also get it by closing the game, setting your clock forward 5 years, and then reopening the game. But if you want to be legit, then, you gotta wait.
I mean, hey. If it works, it works.
I would actually check your achievement list. Just see what they added in its stead.
Achievements. View achievements. Speedrun. Complete the Stanley Parable in under 4 minutes. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that one.
That one's actually fairly easy. Just the main story.
Don't play the Stanley Parable for 10 years. Super go outside. Test achievement, please ignore. Play the Stanley Parable for the entire duration of a Tuesday. That's specific. Tuesday.
I don't have that one yet. And I'm not getting in Ultra Deluxe until I get Super Don't Go Outside.
Are you seriously going to not play for 10 years?
Regrettably, yes.
Why? Why?
I want to get that one fair and square.
I mean... Mm, hmm. There's only...
I can't wait for the next re-release of the Stanley Parable, where they're going to add Ultra Don't Go Outside. And it'll be
Oh.
for 20 years.
Oh, god. That would be funny. So... I have a little bit of a gray area with some of my achievements in the past with games. I downloaded a mod for Fallout 4 on PC. I got all the achievements before, legitimately. I don't know how many of them actually saved because the game corrupted on me, and so it was on console and But on PC, I modded the heck out of it. Well, it started randomly giving me random achievements when I did whatever random task. So my PC Fallout 4 achievements are, I went to Nuke World and got the one for going to Far Harbor. I went into the Institute and got the one for completing the thing for the Minutemen, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm like, hey, whatever. It's broken, but okay. Sure.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, it really doesn't matter. Like, I think once you begin modding the shit out of everything, that's just expected.
Oh, yes, give me the achievement for the thing that I'm about to do, and then several missions later, give me the achievement for the thing I did at the beginning, and yep, cool, modded games.
Yep.
But
yes.
$50% off designer hat, but a small creature owns the other half. Nice. Oh, hello. I don't remember Coffee Streambot ever doing that. Neat.
It's interesting.
In the great words of Cave Johnson, science isn't about why, it's about why not. Anyway. Oh. I would love to take you to a place like this and just sit there with you.
Mm-hmm.
Very pretty.
They honestly went all out with the environmental details in this game.
Yeah, and you can't see half of it, or can't get to half of it.
Well, it's a directed experience.
Aww, little Stanley.
Step forward.
I'm afraid it'll stop this pretty music, though.
Nope, it won't.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism,
Shouldn't have
10
stopped
out of
it.
10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote,
He's talking.
"Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
That's sad. It did stop the music. I was enjoying the music.
I actually don't think I've ever heard that song play as far as it did.
Minecraft.
Yep.
Minecraft. Portal. Why is there down?
Big look.
Eh. Doesn't look like I knew anything with that, unfortunately. Oh, hello.
Stanley and Mariella.
Person of the Year.
The Hammer Map Editor. So, quick question. What game engine do you think the Stanley Parable runs on?
I would assume the same one as, like, Half-Life?
Oh, you wouldn't be wrong. But you also wouldn't be right. Oh, I think an ad break just started.
We didn't catch that in time to prevent it. Oh well.
It only just popped up like half a second before it started.
Hmm.
Oops.
Oopsie doodles.
C'est la vie.
Well, what can you do?
To answer your question, though, or to answer my question, rather. So, the original game was actually based on Source.
Mhm.
It was just a Half-Life 2 mod. When Stanley Parable 2013 came out, oh, there we go. Okay. That break just started now. I don't know why I didn't get the pop-up. Stanley Parable 2013, that was also based on Source. Completely rebuilt from the ground up, but, Source nonetheless.
Mm-hmm.
So, with Ultra Deluxe, they actually ported everything over to the Uni engine. And they took very careful detailed, or they paid very careful attention to every little detail to make it feel just like the Source version did.
Huh.
I think it feels like, I think it, maybe if you're paying attention to just like the very slightest nuances you can tell, but genuinely it's hard. They did such a good job with making sure that everything just plays correctly, which I appreciate the hell out of.
I see.
Very thoughtful form of video game preservation, if I'd say.
I do still partly want to play the Source version of Stanley Parable from 2013, as well as eventually go and play the mod for Half-Life 2.
Honestly, there are a few small details in the Source version that aren't in Ultra Deluxe, but quite frankly, you get almost the the entire same game with Ultra Deluxe that you do with Source. So I don't think that I think, like, honestly, that's something you can just watch in a YouTube video to kind of like get the
I mean,
rest of that experience with.
that's fair, but at the same time, you know, going back and playing versions of a game I didn't play before just to experience them, just to say I experienced them and, can tell the differences would be fun.
That's true. One difference that I will say that was present in Ultra Deluxe, the lighting got a hell of a glow up. The original just feels dull and drab by comparison. Which is honestly, like, I was surprised when I went back. Um,
That's a pretty car. I'm listening,
yeah.
Liv.
Not to say it's, it's not a looker, but the original just feels lifeless in comparison now. The original
Here's another
Half-Life 2
moving
version.
passage, this time from
Oh.
GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Sorry, continue, Love. I didn't realize he would start talking so suddenly.
Well, so the series room. This is one of the few pieces of content not present in Ultra Deluxe. And I'll have to send you the links to, like, the YouTube later. It's very funny, though. I appreciate that they had the series room in the game.
Why isn't it in the Ultra Deluxe?
Because it relies on access to the Source Engine's developer console and you trying to run a specific command. I'm not going to elaborate further. Well, not until we see the video anyway.
Okay. Also, Love, before he interrupted you with his dialogue, what were you saying?
Um,
The
Basically-
differences in lighting, the continue, Love?
yeah, basically, Stanley Parable 2013, the OG commercial release, it is largely very similar to what you get in Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. The Source mod version, though, is completely different.
These were simpler times, Stanley.
My partner is talking. Anyway.
It's a completely different experience that is worth just seeing, if only so that way you can appreciate the the ending where you're dropped into the original map, or just to see kind of how some of those endings ended up evolving over time.
Yeah, I really do. Like, as much as I love the Ultra Deluxe as a whole so far, I adore the hell out of this game. I know why you love it, because I love it too, for all of the same reasons. But part of me has that drive to play the older versions of the game as well, because that's just what I like to do. You know, I want to go back and find the Half-Life 2 mod, and then I want to get the one from 2013 and play it. Even if it's like 90% of the same content, that slight difference in how it played or how dialogue was or how things went, that slight difference, would just be nice to have.
Yeah. In any case, though, we are in entirely uncharted
But I
territory
wouldn't
here.
give to go back.
Oops. Did not mean hit that yet.
Nope. I was done talking. You can resume. Resume at your will.
To have it all over again?
Clearly, the narrator is a bit sentimental.
Gray, red, missing coworker scenario. Meeting, boring, grass, trial version. Repeatable carpet textures. Ready for your game project. That's funny.
Great Uncle Hermophiles.
Source. Nice. That looks like there's supposed to be stairs there. Nope. Okay.
Well, there is another. Yeah, there is this door still open, so.
Oh, hello.
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Two fun facts. On the Switch version of the Stanley Parable, steam is replaced with pressurized water. Or pressurized vapor, I forget which. And all of the reviews featured in this segment are real.
Oh, wow. Why am I walking on this? Don't know. Just wanted to see if I could. Ah, yes, the source ban. Hello, Bean. How are you? What do you think of weather like this, Slip?
Not a huge fan of being caught out in the rain, but, that's just me.
Well, I mean, if you're not out in it.
It's alright.
I actually like going and laying out in the rain, but not when it's thundering and lightning. Just when it's just rain.
Right.
But then again, I'm from the country. We do weird stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Look, positive review. Completely blurred out. But not the negative one. Positive, negative. How are you doing, Bean? Sorry.
What does the negative one say?
Let's find out. Oh, there's a blurred negative one right there.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Welcome in. Hello, Finn. Hello, Insanity. How are you, Beans? I find that funny. Reviews, fragile.
Well,
Fragile reviews, fragile.
the negative reviews have always been the ones that hurt the most, so...
That's fair. I'm gonna go this way. Why can't I go this way? I'm gonna go this way.
You can't go that way.
I know. I want to, though. I'm intrigued at how far back all those containers go. Blip.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
How far do those containers go, though? Like, seriously.
There's quite a few of them.
Oh. It's just gone. Okay.
Well, the narrator wants you to go forward.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. But the logic of elimination went backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all
Yeah, it's just going to begin
now you
looping.
see, blah 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 blah.
So he's just going to keep looping it. I absolutely have to skip.
Just yet. No,
Yes.
until 200
You are forced to. You are forced to engage with the game.
The deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games.
That is so not what you said.
I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations.
No, it wasn't.
A description of it, but if
He
I had
went
to
into it
describe
after
I'd
you
say
pressed
it
the
was
skip
perhaps
button.
less of a rumination and more of a
Oh,
treatise.
you've got to be kidding
Or
me.
maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very
Rude.
briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory
Hey,
is
Denji.
that any choice you've ever made
Hi,
is
Denny.
simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your great gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting.
I'm doing alright. Hanging out with my partner while playing a game that she adores, that I am very much adoring as well.
Yep.
Yep.
You and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it.
The hell's a
But wouldn't you
treatise?
say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history.
Mouthfeel.
See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look. I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations. All right, here we go. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto.
And I have to skip this too, don't I?
Manifesto. Treatise, manifesto.
I mean, if you want to listen to him say treatise, manifesto,
Treatise,
treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto.
Treatise, manifesto. Treatise.
So I have to skip this. It's not one of those things he's like, why are you still here? You actually have to skip this.
Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality.
Oh, he's just gonna be quiet now, huh? Wait, who just did a poll?
That was me.
And would you look at that? There is now a poll of fighting between Treatise and Manifesto. Well, I guess I have to hit the skip button again, because it's just silence. Boop.
Yep.
Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait. How do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door, as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please, please do not press the skip button. Just wait here for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good.
But what if I want to press the skip button because you told me not to?
Decisions.
Part of me wants to not press it, and another part of me really does want to press it. The conflict. I want to know what happens when you don't press it, but at the same time you told me not to, which makes me want to. Ah!
I think here you're actually good.
What, I can skip it this time?
Yep.
Cool.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it, and I have to believe I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking and thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child. Wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does
I mean,
such
the
an
narrator's
impulse
right.
serve? For whose benefit is this? And here I am now, stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button, and to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it, and that I'm going to be stuck all alone, and that I had the power to prevent it all from happening, if only I'd held my tongue. It's all out of my control now. Just you. Just your decision as to exactly when you're going to make me suffer, to leave me all alone. Surely you will. I don't doubt it.
Well, now that you're
Surely
telling me to
you'll
press
press
it, I'm not
the
going
button
to.
again, leaving me here. And surely you'll put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company, for companionship. Surely you'll not be moved by my howls of fitful anxiety, that you sit with me and just stay here. Oh, no, 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 I know you too well. You'll be leaving me. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for
Wait,
me
why
to
is the
fix
lines
the
repeating
problem?
now all of a sudden?
Why did Cookie Nine's
That was
opinion matter so
abrupt
much
as
to me?
heck
I've never
repeat.
even met Cookie Nine. I have
Slight
no
glitch, I
idea
guess.
who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as
Darvel, hi,
impetulant
Bean.
as a child, wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful
Pin the
fury
flag on.
to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this? And here
Also,
I
I think-
am now, stuck
I
in
think
a
you
room,
are trapped
waiting
in
for
a
you to
time
press
loop
this
now.
button and to become. Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh my goodness. I have
Oh,
someone to
the plant's
talk to
dead now.
again. Stanley, I think it's been a week.
Dead plant.
Or 2 weeks? I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with.
Arctic
You-
brother, love your
that's
heckin' face.
just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the
All the lovely heckin' beans in chat. Y'all are all fresh. Y'all are all valid, and y'all are all just amazing.
same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll
Y'all are
burn my
sweet.
story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps, yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time, that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy space in this world again, and I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it, to think of returning to such coldness. Come, let us sit in silence together here for just a moment. Let us anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it.
Bum, 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 bum.
You're really sitting in that silence.
Dead plant. The only thing that has light on it, other than the button, is the dead plant.
Yep.
I've not really played Far Cry 4, so I wouldn't really know. Bah.
I do think it wants you to press the button, though.
Why though? I want to be nice.
Well, I mean, you're trapped in the room anyway. It's not as if you're really doing anything else.
Oh, I see, Leica.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment, and I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible. The spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience. And then, this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid, as I do, that perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well. Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
I think the narrator is a little upset. Just a little.
Yeah, I think so too. Too bad I'm gonna press the button again. Boop. That's an annoying thing.
You gotta replace
But
the
they
smoke
didn't
detector
understand
battery.
the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy
Hello,
be so
Preshkumba.
impulsively captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes, of course. They've been jealous of me this whole time. They are
The narrator
mired in
definitely
fear and
isn't mad.
insecurity and cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs.
Oh
Read
yes.
these reviews now.
Completely fine, not mad at all.
Resentment.
Completely still sane.
How
Mm-hmm.
good does
Yep.
it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized? At last I am free to truly think, to feel. It must be that they were so discontent with themselves they couldn't help but leave a negative review on Steam. Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about me. Perhaps the state of their psychological being was in such tatters, and my constitution and willpower are so ironclad in comparison. Perhaps it was this state that they sought some outlet through which to tear me down. This, you can see, is clearly why they felt the need to expect that the game be funny, that it be filled with yucks and whimsical humor, that it amuse them endlessly from start to finish. But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs down.
Oh, is that
review
repeating
and
now?
make all of their
Yeah,
pitiful demands.
we
But
just
then
hit the
he's
repeating
talking-
point.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the
Oh my.
end, is never the 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 end.
That all depends, Darvel. All depends. Okay. Have to press the button again. Hmm. Interesting. Interesting. I suddenly can't see anything except the button. That's really spooky. Oh. Well.
So, a fun fact about that ending is the creator, Davey Wreden's favorite ending, bar none, in this
All of
game.
his co-workers were gone.
And it all came about as a result of that one request. I wish the game had a skip button. From that moment, the vision of how it would all play out was clear.
Oh, I get it now. I was like, huh, this is really wonky and weird. I wonder what's going on. Why is it skipping so far ahead? Why is the guy going so crazy? I get it
Be
now.
careful. Be careful what you ask for, because
That
you just might get it.
exactly. Fair enough. Please tell her.
It, hmm?
Please tell me there's more. This is fun.
Well, see if anything's changed.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I think the game's trying to tell you something.
Neon.
A little subtle hint.
Can I unplug it? No. Okay.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Darling, I love this game. It's great. Thank you so much.
This game is Easily one of my favorites. I love this game so dearly.
Mm-hmm. I love it myself.
Now go. Go see what more it has to offer.
But what if? What if I want to hear you talk and get excited?
I I will get excited when the moment comes.
Okay, love. Anyway. Hmm. But what if no? No, okay.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2. Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Surprise! You're playing the sequel.
Good. Hmm. Interesting.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
New and tasty. Taste the sequel.
And to think the narrator was so against a re-release.
It's funny.
I actually do unironically love the marketing material in this. Especially that one. That one's the best piece of marketing material.
Which one?
What you are staring at right now.
Offpainting.tga.
Yes. It's brilliant. Just a work of modern art.
Sticky notes. Off painting D. Interesting. Very interesting. Wait a minute.
It's off painting K.
K. D. The backgrounds are also changing behind the photos. Interesting. Time to wake up.
Even the mugs are not spared.
Never underestimate coffee enjoyer. Who left their cup by a leather sofa that faces a blurry room.
I love the hyper-specific mugs and t-shirts.
Hmm. Wait.
The studio was developed, or the game was developed by Crows. Hence the laptops.
That's impressive. You know what? Can you just imagine a sofa or something right here, sitting right here in VR chat?
Honestly, that could be pretty neat. Damn, now I want to see if I can like rip this and put it into the game.
Oh, I'm gonna catch it this time. No.
Yeah, I was just about to let you know about that.
No, but like, see, there's already sofas over here. Can you imagine just dragging one of them over here and just movie screen?
Yeah, just slap Pro TV on it.
Yeah. Oh no, double the Stanley.
I do. Again, I love this
Now, to
game
be
so
clear,
much.
I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Scrum. Meeting plan. Scrum. Design pitch break. Pitch design number 2. Who took the red marker? Me. Oh, this game's great.
Sequels are good.
Crab deal.
Wait,
The
fuck was the fuck was that? I've never heard that.
I haven't either. What the hell? I mean, obviously I haven't, but like, because first time playing, but the hell? I don't even know where that could even have possibly come from. Huh?
I did not know that was a thing.
Huh.
Huh. This game is consistently surprised. I also love the cup there. Don't bother me till I've had my sequel.
Yeah. Speaking of sequels, Okami sequel.
Mm-hmm.
I'm forever excited for that.
Gesundheit.
Thank you.
Good girl.
Abba. So I actually have a chair similar to this. It's very broken. That I can't sit in because it's too small for my big arse. It's actually a small sewing chair from like 30, 40 years ago, something like that. And it's not comfortable at all. It's not big enough for me to sit in. So I took the back of it off and have it on for my legs in front of the rocking chair, which makes the rocking chair less uncomfortable. Still very uncomfortable, but
I got you a better chair.
I would just be happy with a chair that the legs could lift up and go under my desk so I could kind of be comfy. Just a regular, like,
Well-
recliner, I guess.
We need a better chair for you.
Yeah. I just haven't found a good enough one to throw on Throne or anything. Because I'm not asking someone to pay a big O expensive price tag all in one go. Of course, somebody would probably do that anyway, because people do things like that. Bus.
Yeah.
Bus. Hmm. There's so many parts of the Stanley Parable that would make good VR chat places to hang out. Yeah. Who farted? Coffee mug that says who farted. Probably the person drinking coffee. Oh god.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Interesting.
So, fun thing about the QR code on there, it goes to a real website.
Seriously?
Yes. It goes to, I just want to make sure I got it right. Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure if it had a the or not. It goes to stanleyparable2.com. And there is a very, very informative YouTube video on there. One that I would strongly suggest maybe taking a moment and watching. Because it, you know, it's just perfect.
Hmm.
There's literally nothing wrong with the video. And it is extremely informative on the entire nature of the Stanley Parable 2 as an experience. Didn't think you'd be playing the sequel today, did you?
Nope.
This is a video to watch on stream, by the way.
Oh, believe me, I'm opening up the website now. I just have to,
Did we not put a desktop capture on your OBS setup?
No.
Thought we did.
Not desktop, no. That's okay, though. I'll capture Uh, how do I capture Chrome again?
Just do display capture. Or let me fire up my own OBS.
Veneer Kitty, hi Bean. How are you, Veneer? It's like a bean.
Yeah, window capture is probably the best option, honestly.
Window capture. Window capture. Let's see.
You know, just make like an empty scene, toss a window capture in it, and set it so that way it captures chrome.exe. Or, you know, the appropriate window. And make sure that you also have it capture the audio as well.
Alright. Alright, fit to screen. Okay. And what I'm gonna do is the window capture, add existing. Boop. There we go.
Alright.
Order. Move to. Oops.
Select the scene in OBS, Control D and Control F. That'll center and full screen it respectively.
Okay. And I'm gonna put it here. There we go.
Yep.
It's good to see a good bean in chat that I haven't seen around in a while. Good to see you again, Veneer. It's been a very long time since I've seen you around doing much. Hope you've been well. Alright.
Say there, Timmy. What's that you're enjoying? Why, it's breakfast, of course. Everyone loves breakfast.
The
But did you
audio
know
is
that breakfast...
duplicated in the video.
Oh, it's duplicated?
Yeah.
That would mean take capture audio off.
Yeah, it's probably getting it from like the standard audio capture.
Yep. Let's try that again. Also, it was a bit loud.
Yeah, so maybe just lower the volume a little bit.
Oh, frick. Add, though.
Yeah.
Veneer's a good bean.
Yeah.
Uno reverse card. But what if Uno reverse card? uh. Hmm? Abba? All good, love?
Yep. No, I'm just. I have the stream unmuted, so that way I can hear the video playing as well. I just don't want to block my voice because I'm hearing myself in both places.
Ah, okay. That's fair, love. Well, the ad break's not over yet, so there's a little bit of time.
Yeah.
Ba, 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 ba. It's always good to see beans, especially beans I've not seen in a while. Do you know Finir?
I don't believe so.
Yep, boop. Get loved. Get loved. Is one of the it's one of the beans I recommend.
Ad break just ended.
All right, I can hit the play button now.
Yep, and I'm muting myself.
Okay.
Say there, Timmy. What's that you're enjoying? Why, it's breakfast, of course. Everyone loves breakfast. But did you know that breakfast is getting a sequel? That's right. It's called Lunch. And critics are raving that Lunch will be everything breakfast was and more. With a little luck, we may even get a trilogy series out of it. Say, you know what a sequel is, don't you, Timmy? Why, sequels are the world's way of clinging helplessly to the past. We all want more of the things we love, and we're all afraid of change, which is what makes sequels so popular. New ideas are dangerous, Timmy, and they can lead to early aging. This eager-minded young thinker is just 29 years old. That's why we have sequels, to keep us couched in the familiar and the comfortable. Sequels are the bedrock of a healthy, functional society. And if you look around you, you'll find them everywhere you go. For instance, this man is developing a sequel to the automobile, which we'll call the vertical automobile. It's a useless, impractical invention, and in 2 days' time, the man will be publicly stoned to death for his crimes against gravity. Not all sequels are heretical nonsense, however. Here's the man who invented breathing, which is the sequel to suffocating and dying a slow death. Even your parents are getting a sequel, Timmy. Their names are Rob and Jessica, and they'll be taking care of you once your original parents are sent back in time to fight a secret war for the government. Sequels can be very fashionable. This young woman is wearing 5 shirts at once, which is the sequel to wearing 4 shirts at once. Look at Becky over there, wearing only 2 shirts at once. Get with the times, Becky. In fact, there is only one single thing in the world that isn't a sequel. It's this. We don't know what it is or why it exists, but it's the prequel from which all sequels are derived. And just like everything else, the Stanley Parable is getting a sequel too. We all know, of course, that it was your favorite game as a child. Don't you remember those long, lazy afternoons you spent playing the Stanley Parable, watching your precious youth fritter away hour after hour? We've all wasted our childhoods in one way or another, and you were fortunate enough to get to waste yours on the Stanley Parable. But the Stanley Parable came out years ago, and you're not a child anymore. You're a man, which is like the sequel to a child. And as a man, you want manly things like taxes and cheating at baseball. You need a man's video game, Timmy. And that's why the Stanley Parable 2 will be perfect for you. It's as manly as video games can get. And if you don't believe me, let's look at the burly hunk of a man who's responsible for the game. Here he is, hard at work. His name is Gregory 8-Pack, and he's the cutting picture of raw, virile masculinity. Gregory is what we call the ideas guy, and he has the most important role on the team. The ideas guy tirelessly comes up with interesting concepts and then hands them off to the rest of the developers for the relatively simple job of turning those concepts into reality. For example, he's the one who picked up the phone and declared, "Someone ought to make a sequel to the Stanley Parable." Good work, Gregory. Go ahead and take the rest of the day off. With the hard part out of the way, work on the game can now begin. The game's developers must answer a simple question. What makes a sequel in the first place? Well, it's simple. Sequels are an opportunity to correct the mistakes of their predecessors. We've all made mistakes, and we've all caused harm to someone we love in order to cover up our mistakes. When developing this particular sequel, it's important to start by thinking, what mistakes did the original Stanley Parable make? Well, first off, most of the pornography in the original game was stolen or pirated, and it's time we paid the licensing fees fair and square. Second, the Stanley Parable was catastrophic for this man named Leroy, whose personal information, including home address, social security number, and bank information, were all displayed prominently in multiple locations throughout the game. Although Leroy's money and identity were stolen, the fact remains that his personal information was the emotional core of the game and absolutely vital to a nuanced understanding of the story. As reparation for the harm we caused him, the sequel will contain a brief and insincere apology to Leroy tucked deep within the game where it will be difficult to find. Finally, the Stanley Parable made the mistake of leaking too many government secrets about the nature of the Time Wars. Without these intricate details of specific military tactics, the story is likely to make very little sense, but we've decided to remove them from the sequel in the interest of helping the state's efforts. We'll get to you yet, Time Dracula. Now then, it's time to set about constructing the Stanley Parable 2. Game development is a difficult and complex art, one which can only be fully understood by this race of hyper-intelligent child soldiers bred in laboratories. They begin by studying the original Stanley Parable. Here it is in its raw, untouched form, a specimen of technological perfection. Time to exploit it for profit. We begin by adding jokes. The Stanley Parable was most widely known for its stark lack of humor, bucking all conventional industry wisdom. It was a bold artist statement that its developers stood firmly behind. But in 2022, it's impossible to reach even a single consumer of video games without jokes of some kind. So very well, jokes it'll be. During its development, over 500 kiloliters of comedy will be funneled directly into the core of the Stanley Parable 2, creating jobs for hundreds of machine operators and producing 30,000 tons of pollutant chemical byproduct, which will be pumped directly into local lakes, rivers, and beautiful nature reserves like these all over the country. Another common complaint of the Stanley Parable is that there wasn't enough gameplay. And so for the sequel, its developers have gone to great lengths to fix this problem. Here we can see gameplay being printed onto sheets. Every video game contains as many as 1,000 sheets of gameplay, and several of the largest games ever made contain close to 1,500. On mobile devices, the gameplay sheets have to be printed smaller. For the Stanley Parable 2, as many as 35 new gameplay sheets are being printed, each of which must be delicately massaged by the hands of a child before being added into the game. This man is stealing gameplay sheets from the factory, which he likely intends to use for a personal project he's been developing in his spare time. A good public stoning will cure him of that inclination. Let's check on Gregory real quick. Ha! Still recovering from a hard day's work. Don't you move a muscle. Next up, it's time to blackmail the press. In a competitive market, blackmailing your local journalist can be one of the most effective methods of creating word-of-mouth buzz for your sequel. In fact, blackmail is the currency of social progress. From your neighborhood grocer to the teacher at your school to the man who helps you steal HBO, everyone responds to blackmail. And if you've never done it before, it's easy to practice at home on your friends and family. Simply follow the instructional pamphlet that your teacher hands out after the end of the film. And finally, there's one last tool at our disposal for making the sequel feel fresh and exciting, and that's packaging the game with collector's edition merchandise. If you order the Stanley Parable 2, you'll receive this cow's egg. A single egg will produce over 1,000 cows, which are, of course, the sequel to pigs. And there you have it. Everything there is to know about producing the Stanley Parable 2. Of course, you may know that there is also a game titled The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. So which game is the true sequel to the Stanley Parable? It's an excellent question, Billy. One which the child soldiers have been working round the clock to come up with an answer to. And after many weeks of diligent research, The conclusion they've reached is, who gives a shit? All that matters is that it's more content for you to cram down your insatiable gullet. You don't want thoughtful and nuanced answers to complex questions, Billy. You just want to eat bubble gum and cheated hopscotch. So get out there and consume. Do your civic duty and bully your parents into buying you every version of the Stanley Parable 2 on every platform. Tell your friends to bully their parents as well. It's through community efforts like these that the world comes together in harmony and connection. And it's only through this connection that we'll defeat Time Dracula once and for all. Don't let the time-traveling vampires win. Buy the Stanley Parable 2 and pledge to support all sequels for today, tomorrow, and into the great unknowable beyond.
What?
And if you look around you, you'll find them everywhere you go.
Okay. Okay.
I do hope that was informative and helpful.
Sure. Also,
And I do hope that you are just as informed as the game wants you to be.
I'm trying to be. That's for sure. Also, I know this is going to be a really weird thing to say, but I need to make sure that Finir, Vlad, and Laika see what I just did next to their names. I now have. You may have
to reload if it doesn't show up.
Mm-hmm. I just did a thing for Finir, Laika, and Vlad. Welcome to being VIPs, Beans. Well, that was very informative.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Truly worth the detour, after all. But let us now proceed to see what the rest of the game has to offer. All the new features that you can expect in the Stanley Parable 2.
Mm-hmm. And y'all are very welcome, Beans. Y'all are very welcome. Y'all are all good friends of mine, so there you go. Y'all are all supporting me in many ways, so there. There's so many different places to go. I don't know where to go first.
Well, choose one. Step up to it.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
So you remember how last stream I asked you to get the Settings World Champion achievement?
Yeah.
Well, go check that out. It's for a reason.
Aha! I can see you've gotten the Settings
Good
World
girl.
Champion achievement. Well done. You've
Papa.
experienced every setting, traveled to all corners of the settings menu. There's nothing you haven't seen. So, just for you, in the Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting, something called bumpscosity. What exactly is bumpscosity? Well, I haven't quite figured that part out yet, but I just know that you'll be able to adjust it on some sort of slider, and that it'll be available from the settings menu. We'll sort the rest of the details out later. I hope you're looking forward to trying out every level of bumpscosity in the Stanley Parable 2.
That's funny.
It actually is a setting.
Is it one I can actually mess with now?
Yes. Check it out. Yep.
What does it even do?
It adjusts the bumpscosity. I mean, I thought it was pretty clear.
Okay. Oh, hey, you just got shouted out.
Thank you.
Yeah. Free achievement. Free new plus easy achievement. I can't believe it's that simple. Get it here. I don't know. Should I go this way or should I go back?
Do it. Do it.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Give me the achievement. Give me. Okay. It didn't actually give me the achievement, does it?
Alas.
It's funny, though.
We'll just have to wait till the sequel.
Aren't I playing the sequel?
You are playing the prequel to the sequel.
Ah.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Hey, look at that. You see, I told you to save a few
You
jumps.
know what, Stanley? I actually think the jump circle was a pretty good idea. I'd like to hang on to that for the sequel.
Anyway. The
On
button.
a slightly metagaming note, there actually is an exploit related to the jump circle, but that's for a new game plus.
For the Stanley Parable 2,
Uh-oh.
I asked myself,
You're fine.
what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Jim.
Ooh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too
Press the Jim button.
drained from all of this personal Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much.
Jim.
I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise,
Jim,
soon you'll
Jim,
start to lose all
Jim,
sense of
Jim,
who you actually are.
Jim.
I pressed it the whole time it was going back down.
I suppose I could allow only people...
Turn around and look at the advertising material for it again.
know Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
That's you heard Jim in the game. Oh Lord. Oh, this is beautiful. I love this game.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is. Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on. Come now, you've already made your choice. It's true that you chose badly, but we all have to move on from our mistakes.
Rude. Rude.
So that's the achievement.
Okay.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
I still love that. I love that so much.
Oh, collect one. Okay.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Yes, totally tragic to actually be rewarded for your time. So, Finir, this game is just this really funny freaking game about a man named Stanley. It is insane.
It is an exploration of the narrative contradiction that comes... Well, when Stanley comes to a set of two doors, he chooses the door on his left. What happens if you choose right? The entire game branches off from that decision.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Should I go back or should I go into the hole?
Oh.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Why? Is it not an infinite hole?
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is.
Look down.
It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
Stains. Note for management. New mug. Ah. Yes, potato quality textures of cigarette butts. Okay. Oh, that's funny.
I unironically love the marketing material in this game.
Well,
They put care into that shit.
Yeah, they did. Well, I guess I have to press G now.
Yep.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my...
Oops.
For heaven... You see? I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow, okay, yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh,
Imagine liking
who am I to
holes.
judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Oh.
Well, that was rude. But it is a good hole.
Well. Yep, that's infinite now. This game's got a lot of, like, what, shitpost material to it? Oh, wait, what?
Change your perspective. Change your perception. Change your reality.
Puppies! Change yourself.
Stanley? 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 Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
I'm infinitely stuck in the hole now, aren't I?
Yep. But, I mean, look on the bright side. It's a good hole.
Oh,
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Try going back to the hole. Real quick.
mostly infinite hole.
He doesn't want to be presented with his infinite shame. Or rather, his mostly infinite shame.
Yep. Yep. Fine. Fine. Anyway. Office decorations where?
Those were the balloons. You
Ah.
are still missing one thing, though.
The bucket. The bucket. Bucket.
Truly the best of all the features.
That's why it was saved for last.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting.
Give
You may
me-
even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be
I remembered a thing. No buckets past this point.
I did say it would be important for later.
honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
I mean,
It's a very sweet
Does
bucket.
anyone give out awards for
Wood.
most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Okay, so where do I go now?
You are now due to go to the exit, which is on the other side of the divider, straight to the left.
Wait. I need to do something before I exit. Jumping with the bucket. Do I need the remaining jumpings?
Maybe save them for a little bit later. Who knows? You might need them.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Nope. That is a massive box. Anyway.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
It's a really good title sequence.
That?
If you ask me.
Yeah. I like the spookiness. Just infinite hallway. Ooh, wibbly wobbly floor time. Nice. Honestly, like, I don't know what would have happened if I tried to take a screenshot in the room that said no screenshots. I completely just spaced on that.
Honestly, I'm not sure if anything does happen in that room. Which is a little bit of a missed opportunity, I would say, but... yes. Begin the game anew. Begin the game a 2.
That was what I was waiting for. It's actually going to a doorway.
This is the story of a man
I didn't think it
named
would,
Stanley.
but that's what I was hoping for.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
Oh no,
Employee
they
number
really did add the
427's
blue
job was
balloons.
simple. He sat at his desk in room 427.
What, did you think the game was
and
going to
pushed
fake you out on
buttons
that?
on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk.
I was wondering if they were going to just use the ones that I suggested instead, but no, they really went that way.
This
Okay.
is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley picked up the bucket.
Bucket. Oh. That's different.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Now that's a decision.
Which way, Bucket?
Bucket.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Also, one thing right before you get on the cargo lift. Take a look over at the boxes. Yep. Climb at your own risk. And a very conspicuously climbable thing. Can you jump off the railing? Maybe look out a bit further into the warehouse?
It's a Stanley.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
I think it was truly worth it.
Okay. Well, I guess, okay. Oh. That's cool. That is serious attention to detail on those.
And all the narrator dialogue.
It's very interesting.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so...
Excuse me.
What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes.
Good
It's
girl.
unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there? Camporata.
Oh, so this just became a horror game. Neat.
Deep lore. Only the deepest lore.
Interesting.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
So, do I go on the cargo lift now?
Yep. Well, you got a lot of
Said the
options.
bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Danger. Danger everywhere.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Interesting. So suddenly, bad idea to bring bucket this way. Okay.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket.
Good job.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Part of me wants to say yes so bad, even though I know it's not.
Well,
It's a bucket
Follow
of
your-
bolts. It's a bucket of bolts.
follow your heart.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket.
See? I knew it.
Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Both? What? Okay.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Schrodinger's bucket. Wow.
Is that a bucket?
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
I've been saying yes the entire time. I have to.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence, and yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
No, not my bucket.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue. But it
Not
doesn't
my
change the
bucket.
fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what. I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
So, quick thing about the coconut PNG. That's actually not the case anymore. The coconut PNG, it isn't required to run the game. However, the wooden cow model that you see on maps like 2-Fort, that is required to run the game. And it will completely break if you don't have that file in the source tree.
That sneeze I just did hurt.
Sorry to hear that.
It was okay. It was a big sneeze.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So they went from coconut tree to wooden cow as important.
The confusion and the chaos
Basically.
all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Dark room with the bucket.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk.
It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I'm Dunny with the funny.
I'm Dunny with the funny.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Just so you know, there's going to be an ad break soon.
Yeah.
And we ran out of delays.
Yep. Honestly, this is freaking hilarious.
There's that break. I actually did a small edit ages ago, that basically just stripped out a little bit of the intro and replaced the title card with "How to Be Funny on Elon Musk's Twitter."
Well, that's gonna be in the VOD.
I seeing if I could find it because, well, you know, for the man who declared that comedy was legal again on Twitter, you know, he's pretty thin-skinned about it. So
Twatter. It's twatter.
yep, ex-Twitter. His ex left him. I do not have any kind words for that man, so apologies, Twitch overlords.
But
I just sent the video over.
If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in a
Yeah,
to
it's
begin
just like
specific
starting
time
from
teased
that
over
point, but
audience on your hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared.
that's funny. Yeah, it's the same thing, just with that edit. That's beautiful.
Also, a little bit of attribution at the end because someone who steals content and doesn't point, the audience back towards the creator, you know, they're the worst of the worst. I would like to think, at least, that I'm better than that. Whether or not I am, is a completely different story, but I like to think that.
Yeah.
If you
So,
ever...
how are you enjoying the Stanley Parable 2 so far?
Oh, I'm loving it. Also, hold on. Ba, ba, ba. Hold on. Boop.
Yep.
There you go.
I mean, I tried to make sure that I matched their branding at least a little bit.
Yep. And of course, if you fast forward to the end, uh, it's credited.
Yep, right at the little bottom. Source:
It's
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Go follow Crow's X3 because they're the madmen who made this video game, and they deserve the follow.
indeed, indeed. It's the same video we just watched, though.
Yeah.
But
Also,
hmm?
dumb thing. Apparently, they ported the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe to iOS. It is now a
Why?
mobile game.
Why?
Honestly, your guess is as good as mine. I was caught completely off guard by it when I saw that happen.
Yeah.
And there is actually a little bit of exclusive content to that. Not really a new ending, but more like the game costs $15, and they if you run out the free trial, uh, it's like, hey, this is why you should purchase it, and it's just kind of like a mini ending in and of itself.
Oh, that's funny.
And they're like, no, we can't add too much content to this little interlude because otherwise it's going to be a new ending of itself, and we don't want that. This is, you have to pay us for more game beyond this. I, I've said it before, I love this game. I love this game so dearly.
Yeah. Oh, believe me, I love the hell out of it myself. And you're the reason why. You got it for me. You've been here with me playing while I'm playing it for the first time, and it's beautiful. I loved it. I love it. I love it. I love it.
I'm glad. But yes, that break has ended. We can resume.
I need water.
Oh, all right.
I need just a moment to grab water. I am not going to mute myself or anything, but I am going to throw up my BRB screen so you can still talk to chat if you wanted to. So I will be right back.
I do hope all of you are hydrating as well. I need like a little soundboard that I could just put like a gun cocking sound on. So that way I could be like hydrate or dihydrate. But alas, I'm not clever enough for that. But yes, if you have water, take a drink. You're doing good, Flad. So, how are all of you enjoying the experience so far? I've made my thoughts perfectly clear on this game, but I'm hoping all of you are enjoying it as well. I do love that the entirety of the Stanley Parable 2. Well, not the entirety, but like a good chunk of it is just Stanley with the bucket. Because really, that's all that a good sequel has to be. Just a bucket. Truly, just a wonderful statement on the modern video gaming industry. I do love this fucking game so much. I know the God, the entire idea of like the bucket just being a case of ever expanding scope creep. I like I think of all the possible ways that development could have gone. This is the funniest. Oh, welcome back.
I was I was gonna wait for a little while and let you just keep talking. I wasn't gonna say that I was back, even though I was back.
Well, I mean, I heard a little bit of like background audio in the Discord call, but I wasn't sure if that was just like you settling in or something, or just incidental noise.
I came back one time, and was like, I should probably go grab the flavor pod stuff.
That makes sense.
So now the question is, which flavor pod do I use? Because I have a circle cup. The ones that's got little things that you put in them.
Good girl.
Blah, blah, blah. So now I need to know what flavor. Whoopsie. Did not drop on the floor.
This is a bucket.
Dear God.
There's more.
No.
Unfortunately, there is no elderflower. Let's see. The flavors I have are green apple, essence of apple, essence of strawberry, green tea, essence of lily koi, and peppermint mocha coffee. These are all water flavors. If there was elderflower, I'd probably pick that one. Sorry, I don't have that one. The illusion of choice. Apple is the best choice, obviously. Anyway. Essence of apple sounds like you just ripped the soul out of an apple. That's fucking metal. Fair enough, lad. And yes, my hydrate redeem is this is a bucket. Because I am a dork. uh
This is a bucket.
Dear God.
There's more.
No.
Oh. Pie bucket. That one ascended this time. It ascended.
Mm-hmm.
Um
Love to do debugging.
Sure. The VTuber Plus. Sometimes it's just buggy.
Yeah.
Sometimes though the bugs are funny enough, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest, I wanna save the apple flavorings for later. As much as I love you know I want to save them for later. uh Uh, what do you think, Lev?
I don't know. Just choose whatever. Yeah, choose something at random. I genuinely have no idea.
That's fair. Hmm. Well, like I said, peppermint. Hmm. 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 It's a tough one because that's one of my favorites of this. You know how, sometimes you gotta save the better ones for last.
Yeah.
Obviously, the apple ones have to be last because they are the best ones.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. I'm very curious on what Lilikoi is gonna taste like. Yeah, yeah, that's fair. Yeah. You know what? How would you pronounce this word that I'm typing in chat? That's the flavor. That right there is the flavor that I am about to open. Oh my word. Whew. That is a very pungent flavor pod. Hmm. Okay, so I am now uncertain about this one. Maybe I should not have chosen at random. That was choosing it at random. I'm gonna try Lilikoi because that's what the random number said. Oh, that's right. I just remembered that there's a new redeem that I could have done in chat. Duh. Oh, it's so new. I slipped my mind. You there, love?
I'm here.
I'm gonna try Lily Koi, which is supposed to be passion fruit.
All right.
That tastes like dirt. I wish I was kidding. It tastes like dirt. It's just dirt. That's all I taste is dirt. It smells good now. When I first opened it, it did not smell very good. But now that it's like opened and stuff, it's kind of got a slight fruity smell to it. But taking a sip of it, it's like dirt. It's, Yeah, no, that's just dirt. That's just dirt. That's what it tastes like is dirt. It's just it's just dirt flavored water now. It's very earthy. Oh, there's slight essence of fruit. Yeah, no, that's just mostly dirt. The cup of dirt skit. Oh god. That Wow, that's been a while. Yeah, for whatever reason, this just tastes like dirt. Ah, dirt with the essence of fruit. Mmm, yum. Very earthy. If I wanted the flavor of dirt, I would have just eaten dirt. But oh well, too late now. It's a good thing that I didn't use one of my favorite flavors and did the random one, because I would have not wanted this last. This is horrible. Anyway. Dirt. 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 It just tastes like dirt. It's dirt.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we have the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
Lights out. It's less dangerous. Here we are now. Entertain us. Hello, Prishkai. Thank you so much for the raid, Bean. I appreciate it. How was the rest of your stream? Boop. Hey, look at that! It says I'm a raider to my own stream.
Yeah, that can happen.
I was lurking and being supportive while streaming. Aw, Bean, I hope you feel better. And thank you again for the raid. Ba 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 ba.
Here we we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point. A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my... Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Something's wrong here. Anyway.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready?
Okay, so
When
going
Stanley
right
and the
literally
bucket came to
is
a set
not a
of 2
choice
open
anymore.
doors,
Okay.
they entered
Nope.
the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal, I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More
Sorry, Leroy.
instructional videos. Let's see.
Interesting.
My God, the bumpscosity in here is absolutely overwhelming. 1,000? You people have got to be nuts. How can you stand this much bumpscosity?
Oh, he actually commented on that now. Nice. Bucket.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting
I would
room.
actually go
Stanley
to the
had
meeting
felt
room.
the bucket calling to him, telling him that the
Wow.
employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Still
And
gone
here
now.
it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
I was actually going to go do the one with the phone again. And actually answer it this time.
You could do that too. Yeah, whichever one you want.
I was just going ahead and doing all the ones this way first before going to that one.
Said the bucket.
Gotcha.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes.
Oops!
Good.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms.
That was purely by accident. I walked a little too far off. Oops.
A soft wind blew outside
Good job.
and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
Bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket change.
This is a bucket.
Dear
God. There's more.
And no. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up.
Pika.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
No, okay.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm just dying.
Do you...
I'm good, I'm good. Listen, it's a chronic cough. I'd be coughing regardless.
You better be okay.
I'm alright. I'm alright.
I'm glad you understood my concern trying to say, "Are you okay?" and it came out mostly gibberish.
I already know what your thought was. Like, it's not exactly new.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least
I just joke about myself when I begin coughing.
Well, at least I care enough to ask every time.
Mm-hmm.
Appa. Yeah, see, like I said it too. No dying.
Yeah.
Bucket.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else. You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from, me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket, this stupid hunk of metal. It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it. Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier. More capable of transporting liquid, like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another. Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket? No. I'm having feelings. For the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps, if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me
Best
what to
screenshot
do
of all
in this
time.
troublesome situation.
I was a little bit ahead of you there, love.
It's true. She just DM'd me the bucket.
Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
Everyone loves the bucket. I mean, you know, it just has an allure to it.
Apparently.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
Actually, don't take the bucket just yet. Go back to the vent that you fell down. Or yeah.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too... But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
This one?
Yep.
Going to the vent.
Mm-hmm.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path. You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
Really? Is that so? Is that so, buddy? Could it be the reason you're sad, dear narrator, is because what you wanted to happen did not?
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries?
Take
Did
bucket
something
again.
crucial happen while my senses were turned?
Your
He
call.
made a note to be more careful with time from now on. The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I'm sorry, what?
Trust the completionist instinct. They did have posters up for the Secret Finder. The meeting for the Secret Finders in the meeting room. You just kept going right.
I didn't know that. So I missed out on something?
Yeah, you just well, there's one that will require a little bit of backtracking later on, but you're still good for now.
Okay.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. Can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Excuse me.
Room closet smelly.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things. All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, "Ah, it's a bucket." There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
And surely there'll never be any confusion to come from this in the future.
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
That's funny. Okay.
Shame on the broom closet.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
No. Wait, am I gonna mess something up if I do this?
The Stanley Parable. You can just restart, if needed.
Oh, okay.
I would take a look under the stairs, though.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Stanlerine, okay. Kind of curious.
Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And
Where did your bucket go?
He noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd.
That's a good question.
Now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him. Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket! Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket. Come to me, Stanley! Find me! He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
Well, that ending went from being as bad
This is
as
the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
And that is why I took the bucket. Because I wanted to see how
All
funny
of his
that would be.
coworkers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office? Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
Okay, now what do I do?
Touched the bucket tightly to his chest
Your
and
twist.
entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his
moment.
left to go back to the meeting room.
Never mind. Just was called on for something, but it's fine.
You sure?
Yep.
There you live.
Just a reminder of stuff.
Okay.
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Tempting, but...
Oh, good Stanley, I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
What the fuck?
Step forward.
Okay.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
And the fern. Fern cares.
Fern. Didn't it say one of the collectibles was somewhere near a fireplace?
Not this fireplace. I'll say that much.
Okie
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Da 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 da.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is
Excuse
all
you.
about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Bucket.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
No.
You have
Listen
to
to me.
you have to put it in.
It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say
Put it
that
in.
about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer.
It's not letting me
until
feed
you
it.
Crush that damn bucket. Quickly now. The fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
I was trying. It wouldn't let me. Was this supposed to happen?
Bucket Destroyer. My
Yes.
prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spell-binding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
I didn't want to destroy the bucket anyway. I destroyed the Bucket Destroyer instead. Somehow. Wait, what? That's different. And no bucket. But why different? Interesting.
A good bucket. A strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed. Stanley clutched the bucket
Oops.
tightly to his chest and entered
I
the door on his
didn't
left.
mean to ruin the dialogue there. Frick. Well, I messed that little bit of dialogue up. What do I do now?
Your choice.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
I know.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Wait, what the hell? I got pushed
What?
to the side. Just randomly.
Probably by the door closing. I don't know.
I right here, and then all of a sudden it's just what? Oh, okay. I wonder if I'm quick enough. Can I get soft locked?
Not here. The triggers are, they're too far away.
Darn. You said there's somewhere I would have to backtrack?
Well, there is one place you'd have to go without the bucket. Disappointing as it may be.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Somewhere smelly. Hello, Stanley.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Very interesting. Hmm?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos.
We got an ad break.
It would be with him, always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk.
Also, I think your internet hiccuped briefly, which kind of screwed the Discord screen sharing. I'm going to disconnect and recall you back, just to maybe fix that.
Oh, okay, love.
Wait, one sec. Or I just do that.
Oh,
It works.
I was just about to do the same thing, but you joined quick.
Yeah, no, it gave me the option to do it, so. This is probably the best time to, sorry. Probably the best time to actually, do this. I am out of water, though, especially after the last coughing fit, so I'm going to quickly refill.
Okay. I need to stretch a little anyway, because I'm getting kind of sore.
Yep. Alright, I'll be right back.
Okay, love.
This is a bucket.
Dear God.
There's more.
No.
Yes. Yes. Partner must go get water. Yes. Mm-hmm. This is a bucket. This is a bucket. Bucket. Ba 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 ba. Bucket. I am just doing all right. I am just doing all right. I definitely need a more comfortable chair eventually, because this rocking chair is hurting so bad to sit in. But yeah. How are you, Beans? Arting. Fun, fun, fun. Art is fun. Um, Knowing me and how clumsy I am, that is a very quick way for me to fall on my ass and be hurt. So, but I mean, I don't know, maybe it's something I can give a try. Hell, a beanbag would be more comfortable than this rocking chair. Hmm. Well, oh, it recently led to an awkward moment. Ah, I see. I mean, hey, if it works, it works. Anyway. um, I just need something more comfortable than sitting on a wooden rocking chair. Because, I don't know if that's being picked up, but it's solid, hard wood rocking chair. Not thin wood, it's thick. Thick wood. So like I had cushions. Had cushions. They deflated. They deflated. So I'll put it this way. I have probably 5 pillows under my butt, and all of them have deflated at this point. And that's also with the cushion that also deflated. To be fair, cheap cushion, cheap pillows, but still. All I'm sitting on right now is a slight bit of thick fabric on a hard surface of a rocking chair that is very, very much thick, heavy wood. It hurts. It hurts a lot. Mm-hmm. It would. New chair would be wonderful. It's just not in the price range, and I don't even know what to get. Honestly, I kind of want a recliner. Cause comfy. Hmm. I had an office chair. It broke. I had a standard office chair. It broke. It just snap. No more chair. So that's why I'm in a rocking chair, is because my office chair just snapped. Apparently. Apparently. Apparently my chairs are cursed. Though, though because you suggested a yoga ball flat, I was curious on if there was like a chair that was similar that could like be comfortable and not roll as much. Uh, I found some really interesting looking things. Turns out there is actually a yoga ball chair. It looks kind of weird. They look weird. They look really, really weird. Hold on. Window capture. Ta-da! That's weird. That is a weird looking chair. That is a wonky, weird looking chair. Making the yoga ball a chair with wheels seems to defeat the entire purpose of making it a chair. Because now it's on wheels and it still rolls. Well, what's the point of this? Like but the what? What? Why? Like, okay, it's got a back on it and stuff, but it's on wheels. The ball already rolls. So putting it as a chair that now. Why? I just. Why? Why is this a thing? You. I mean. This defeats the entire purpose of a yoga ball. It is literally just in an inflated chair on wheels that you could fall off a lot easier. What even is this? Just hold on. What? Just what? Why? Why is this a thing? Why? Exactly. What's the point of this? What is the point? It defeats the entire purpose of a yoga ball. Exactly. They made a yoga ball unfun. Why? What is the point of this?
Hello again.
Welcome back, love.
I wait. You've just been paused.
Oh, we are ranting about what I found and why it makes no sense.
Hmm.
Oh.
Did you unpause though? Because I was like, I did explicitly give you permission to unpause.
We started talking about how my chair was very uncomfortable, and then we kind of ADHD'd into that instead. Yeah. If you look on stream, this is. I also sent a screenshot, or well, an image in DMs of it. This is what me, Flad, and Like have been ranting about.
Huh.
It makes no sense. It defeats the entire purpose of a yoga ball. You can't bounce on it. You can't roll it. Oh, but it's also on wheels, because sure, but that with it being a ball, it makes it easier to fall off. What is the point? Like Flat is even saying they made yoga balls unfun. Why?
I have no response to that.
It's just, why does this exist? Let's take a yoga ball, make it a chair, put it on wheels. Just sit on the yoga ball at that point, because it's gonna roll anyway.
Oh.
Hmm.
Yeah, I've got nothing.
So, me, Like, and Flat have been ranting about this since you stepped away. Because we were talking about chairs and how my rocking chair is hurting. And how Like I had asked if I had at least had cushions. I had cushion. I also put pillows. They've all deflated. So I'm just sitting on fabric on top of a hard, thick piece of wood. It hurts to sit in this thing. But, meh, what can you do?
Got you a new chair. That's what you do.
I can't afford it. I don't know what to choose. To even suggest or pick, or I don't know what to pick. I just know.
We'll have to work on that then.
Mm-hmm. I just know I want to be comfy.
Shut up, Alexa.
Did you need me? No, bitch. Shush.
Basically.
Just smart home, just smart home devices like,
I. Yeah,
Wait, whose Mac is? Who's that? Whose can't say words? Whose masochism is showing? What do you mean, Leica?
Smart home tech. Well, I mean, I am an enthusiast of it. I will admit, but just yeah, I would love to get rid of He Who Will Not Be Named. Partly because I also don't use it. Like at best, I'll just use like I'll have it set an an alarm for me. But for smart home control, it's just that's looking at you, Ayame.
I really can't do anything about it. I'm broke.
Well, we'll have to find something to help you with that.
Do you think I would sit in this chair with my ass hurting all the time if I could replace it? No. No. It's all I've got. Make really? Yeah. Hey, hey, you know what? Fair. Hey, wait a minute. You flipped. Why? Why'd you flip so quickly onto me? Wait a damn minute. You were so.
I mean, smart home stuff in itself is just. It is an exercise in frustration. So I can understand where the thought process came from.
Seriously, though, on a very serious note, if I could replace this rocking chair with something that was more comfortable, I would very quickly. This thing is so uncomfortable. I think this chair's older than me. It's an old wooden rocking chair. I think it's older than me. So I want something soft and comfy to sit in, not something rock hard that hurts my ass. That would just be me sitting on a chair that I can't fit on. So, been there. Rocking chair still very uncomfortable. Anyway, I. Dip. Hmm. I cannot respond in any formal way to that. I cannot respond to any of that. Uh.
Self-incriminating.
Anything I say just incriminates myself.
Good girl.
Appa. Okay, so I'm still ace. That'll never change. I'm just the lewd kind of ace. Oops. Surprise! Surprise! Innocent brain went bye-bye. Still ace though.
I'm just like, you know, victory.
Well, you are the only person in history to have ever fully corrupted me. Because nobody has ever. And you fully did it. Not just a little bit, you fully freaking did it.
I take immense pride in this knowledge.
Also, what? I'm gonna feel very stupid for asking. What's Halcyon? What does that mean?
Basically, the golden era, the time where everything was simpler, when things were good in the world,
Uh,
and then realizing, oh, wait, no, this isn't true at all.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Also, that comment Leica made, maybe, the one before you said, what Halcyon Times, the one up there, that comment. Maybe I do. You know, you were
She's not.
Hmm?
Ayame is no longer pure, no longer innocent.
And who did that to me?
I take full responsibility for it.
Yep, fair, yep. Yep. Leica has a point. Oh dear. Right. Yep. Things ADHD did to multiple things, didn't they?
Yep.
Ow. I got bonked.
It just went through on stream on my end.
Yep. I got bonkest. To be fair though, probably would comfy. To be fair. So, surprise, I guess. Still ace, but I am no longer innocent brain. Surprise. Oh, are you just now noticing? Are you just now noticing? Are you just now noticing? Yes, I did. I did. Me. I did. I did it. I made a whole new VRM for myself.
I'm very proud.
I have my thingies. I have the fishnets now. Mm-hmm.
Also updates to the model in VR chat.
Mm-hmm.
Because Ayame fell head first into playing VR chat, so
Yes. And then I got taught a little bit of Unity. And then I fell very deeply into learning Unity. And I still barely understand the program.
I barely
But
understand it either, to be fair.
I learned things. So yeah. Ah, ah, ah. Well, this is what you do, Denny. You save money. You either get a 2D PNG avatar thing like you use like Live 2D with, or you go 3D like me. You buy a model or either like a base model and use that, or you go and you order a fully custom one. Fully custom ones are more expensive. They're worth it, but they're way more expensive. So it's better to start with a base like the Hyenid or something. Mm-hmm. Ouch. Ouch. Mm. Alright, so we were playing a video game. We should probably get
That's
back to
true.
that. Let's go back to the video game before I incriminate myself further.
Don't worry, I'll incriminate you for your. I'll incriminate you
Nor in his
for
bliss
you.
of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the pin number for the keypad was 2845.
2845, huh? Put it in backwards. Aw.
Stanley just sat
888.
around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
8888.
2845.
Oh, it just said 8.
Yep. It is the 8 game. You put in 8 times.
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself, and Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Interesting.
What
Also,
was that?
you first.
You might want to take a little bit of a closer look at the environment. Might see something.
Hmm?
Not this area, but in this general vicinity.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last.
The what now?
And then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Like they're anarines? What?
Stanulines, Figlies,
Okay.
Figler Stanulines.
Okay. Button.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Oh, I'm tempted. Oh, I'm tempted.
It's a world of possibility.
Because that bucket.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. How to get back so I can try pressing the number 3 again? The bucket said nothing.
I didn't even ever press the number 3. Now it makes me want to see if I can go and press 3. Just for the freaking
Said
laughs.
Stanley. No, I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over. Well, he said, the number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
That was dumb.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly. No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
You remember when I did this in the normal version of the game? The up and down, getting the narrator all just irritated.
Here we go,
I remember
said
quite
Stanley.
well.
This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence, crushed by a wave of dejection.
I did a spin. Hello, Sky.
Hey, Sky.
Is it fresh, Sky?
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
Well, I appreciate the lyric, fresh, Sky. One more time. Just to be sure.
Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work.
You all right?
Yeah. Just need to stretch a moment. My
Gotcha.
yeah.
For months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life. This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one. There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure, and in that moment Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
No sadder love story out there.
Yep. I want to do another bucket one, but first I want to do that one
Co-workers were gone.
that you were telling me about. That I might have to backtrack. Without the bucket?
Yeah, you go down the
What could it mean?
well,
Stanley decided to
yeah,
go to the
you
meeting
jump
room.
off
Perhaps he had
the
simply missed a memo. No matter
you
how
jump
hard
off the
Stanley
cargo
looked,
lift.
he couldn't find a trace of his
Oh, without the
co-workers.
bucket.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, the end is never the end. It's 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 never the
When
end.
Stanley came to a set of
It's
two
never
open
the
doors,
end.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
So I just
Stanley was
go
so
over
bad
here
at
and yeet
following
myself off?
directions, It's incredible he wasn't fired
Oh,
years
you
ago.
no, you jump onto the catwalk.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked, and there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of
Stiggly
doing it.
Wiggly.
Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Congratulations. But that is a reward, so maybe I shouldn't say it.
Hmm.
You could reset, or you could do one of the endings.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? No, wait. Where are you going?
I'm not doing that ending again.
Yeah, it's a rough ending.
Gets me out of there quickly, though. Wait, where'd all the balloons go? Balloons. Where'd they go?
I don't know. Good question.
What in the...
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Okay. And now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles. Beautiful. I do not remember down being there this time. It's new.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again,
Yeah.
Stanley.
Grab the thing. Good job. I still love that.
And here was a second Stan Loreen. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the warehouse. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
Boss's bathroom, I think.
I went downstairs before I went to the boss's room.
Well, let's do the boss's bathroom anyway.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay.
No. The boss's bathroom was the 4th place you found a Figanley, not the 3rd. Well, I guess perhaps
So
I
grab
shouldn't
it.
be surprised. Memories like these are so precious and so cherished that they all just sort of blend together, don't they? You know what? If the boss's bathroom feels like the third place you found a collectible, then who am I to go making judgments? Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
Okay. What is this place?
Well, it's part of the memory zone, so, you know, it had to have happened.
Big Apple.
Hi.
You're silly, love.
This was the 5th mini-stand, and this one was really something special. It was behind the boss's office. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Oh no.
Best boy, the narrator.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Honestly, the best gift anyone could have made.
Hey, yep.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Okay. Oh, just this. No, okay. They both lead the same way. Cool.
And then
You're in the present.
there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone. No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
I honestly love that fake out.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
Okay.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that video.
8 minutes well spent.
don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
15 of 6. Mm-hmm. Sure, collecting a lot of them.
Yep.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
I think you should be able to take the other direction right here and grab the other one. I think. No. Alas. My mistake.
No, that's fine. Oh, oop, add. Snoozles. No add.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
17 of 6. Mm-hmm.
This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figlarines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
What came before this? An exit. Wait, what the?
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything.
And that is why you
In
said
fact,
save
I
some
dare say
jumps.
I'm actually quite fond
There
of it
may
now.
be some more.
Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories. Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
Hmm.
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's
Nope.
something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
I can remember. Nope.
I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions, he would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is
Narrator.
the story of a man named Stanley.
The narrator can't really put you down so easily, though.
Guess not.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Ah, the embrace of an old friend, a weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
Wait, what the? Hmm.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Do I enter on my left?
Your choice.
I don't know.
Your choice.
Okay.
Also add in 30. We have one snooze. I'll do the snooze.
Okay.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Interesting.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Stanley.
What time are you heading out for dinner, love?
I gotta order in like 20 minutes or so.
Oh, it's an order night?
Yeah. Honestly, you know, if I hadn't snoozed the ad, this would have been a fun waiting screen.
Yeah. Getting bored now. I love how he's like, getting bored now.
It's a wonderful little bit of
Stepping
game.
into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Yes, bucket. And this time I'm actually going to walk out with the bucket instead of, you know, uppy down, uppy down, uppy down.
You got a good couple endings in here.
Yep. Ooh.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
But what if no?
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
We.
May want to look up.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Ad break just started.
All right. What y'all gonna be eating tonight for dinner?
We have our usual Wednesday meal, so it's gonna be pizza.
Uh-huh.
Our family always orders the same thing every Wednesday, so not exactly a huge shock.
That's fair. I have no idea what's dinner for me. None at all. I smell something cooking, but I have no idea what it is. From the smell of it, it's going to be very salty. Like you know how sometimes you can sometimes smell like soy sauce or Worcestershire or something like that?
Yep.
It smells something akin to that. So whatever it is going to be very salty.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, nice, Leica. I can't do a lot of vegan alternatives to food, so because a lot of it's made with coconut or mushrooms, which I'm allergic to both.
Oh no.
So I can't do vegan. I respect people who can, but I can't. I can't have most vegan food because it's coconut or mushroom based. Yay for allergies. Yep.
My condolences.
That's okay. I'll just eat what I can get a hold of and be happy about it.
That's fair, yeah.
That's why I just started eating what I eat now again. Fun fact, I actually used to be a vegetarian. It did not go over well.
That makes sense.
With how much my body needs certain things, and with me having allergies to certain things, and a lot of the replacements being made with allergy related things, my doctor's like, yeah, you might want to start eating stuff again, and I'm like, okay, I don't want to, but okay. Then I proceed, and considering I've always not to my knowledge, no. Don't have a gluten allergy to my knowledge, no. I just know every bit of the replacements for like meats, cheeses, etc., 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 that I have found have all contained coconut or mushrooms, which I'm allergic to. So, shrug.
Is that break still going on?
No.
All right.
Huh. Satan, huh? It's an interesting name for a food. Gluten meat. Interesting. It's made from wheat gluten, and it's a meat replacement. Huh. Very interesting. I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued. To be fair, I probably won't go vegan or vegetarian again partly because of my health. Unfortunately, those diets don't work for me. But replacing as much meat as I can with alternatives would make me very happy. So, you didn't know that about me, did you? Not something I
I did
mentioned.
not.
Sorry.
Nope.
I'm
You're
just
fine.
I'm just so used to eating whatever I can get a hold of at this point that I've just not even thought to mention that for a while I was vegetarian. Not now, but you know.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Yeah, that's honestly fair. Um, I because of how my health is, you know, I still have to eat meat on occasion because there are certain things that I just need from that. So can't fully replace it. But tofu is pretty nice, and I'll try the Satan stuff if I can get a hold of any. To be fair, I actually live with someone who can't have gluten, so that's going to be a little bit of a hard thing to get a hold of. But hey, you know, I'll try anything at least once, as long as I know it's not going to, you know, cause an allergic reaction, of course. So,
Mm-hmm.
but I need to stretch my legs because they are actually starting to swell from sitting here so long. Even though I've stretched and got up a couple of times, it's still owies. So I need just a moment. I apologize.
By all means.
My leggies are doing an owie. I apologize. I will be right back. Ooh, I don't know if that was picked up. Ow. That popper. Oh, there's ow. I will be right back. I still have everything unmuted, so you can talk to chat still, love, if you want to.
Fair enough.
I am going to quickly stretch my legs a little bit. One sec. I'll be right back.
All right. Right now, I have no idea what to talk about. My apologies, chat. I guess you could hear the dulcet tones of my voice. I don't like my voice much. Yeah, I didn't really have a plan coming into this, but like I thought it would go better than this. My apologies. I need for ADHD fueled. I actually did not have lunch today. I am running on technically a leftover dinner from last night that I had for breakfast. So maybe that was lunch, I don't know. It was tortellini. Or no, ravioli. What am I saying? It was ravioli. I fell asleep last night and just never had it, so for lunch. It is about 5:30 p.m. So honestly, like our family, we order dinner pretty. We eat pretty early, so I actually have to mute myself in a few minutes to make the order because we also always order in on Wednesdays. Um, yeah, I'm just gonna hold that for like an hour more, and then we'll hold out until then. I call, I'll be good. Ooh, that does sound good. Hopefully, you do remember. Welcome back. Or maybe you're not back yet. I had ideas on things to speak about, but they were gone. Head empty. My apologies. Is Ayame having a good day? That is a good question. I think she is. I would hope she is. But she will have to return back to answer that herself. Welcome back. Hopefully. I don't want to say it a third time and then not have you be back. The pop honestly just sounded like hitting the mic briefly. Oh yeah, Ayame is precious. Very happy that, she makes everything better for you. And I'm happy that I can help her feel better as well. Know who else is precious? All of you, and definitely not me. That's how you deploy an Uno reverse card. Screaming Doggo is also very good, yes. Honestly, I'm kind of considering just setting up a thing to oh, how am I dealing with weather? Here in New York City, just it's cold, but that's about all it is. Yeah, I'm actually been looking on Twitter and just looking at the pictures of the fires. It really is just horrifying. Hope everything's going better for all of you.
What did I miss? I know I
Hey,
missed something.
you missed me trying to ad lib. Also,
Ah.
I have to mute to police this call. You are explicitly allowed to continue playing the game. Mm.
Okay,
I'll be
okay. Alright, love you. Also, Flat Bean, you be safe, okay? Hip up. Well, still, Bean, you be safe, okay? Your bucket. Welcome you to the grand exhibit. You are standing at the speed of knowledge, much like a bucket itself. The human mind is into you. Neato.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Intriguing. Interesting.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket. But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision for...
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
Bucket?
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things. No, the orders were still missing. For now.
Wait, this was an ending? I've never seen this one. I never thought to take the button back in.
So,
Holy shit.
I found something.
I never thought to see this ending. How did you keep the door from closing?
The input thing was on Stanley's computer as the last one. And I walked out.
It didn't close?
It didn't close. And I walked out and he mentioned something about, something about the orders not coming in. I went and grabbed the bucket and they walked back in the room and he said, no, they're still not there. And then I clicked the input thing and it block hit.
I never thought. I genuinely never thought to try doing that. This is new to me.
I thought too, because I wonder if the button thing will be different because of bucket. It was.
Holy shit.
Bucket.
You can't move anywhere, I guess.
Moving doesn't seem to do anything. I am moving. Like, you can see the bucket bouncing and stuff. But it's like the world moves with me. It makes me wonder what other... Oh wow, they really added a bunch of bucket.
I mean, I'm impressed, honestly.
This is nice. Very impressive. It's got a spookiness to it. That's really cool.
Yeah, as I said, I was not expecting this.
I saw the input things on the screens after every ending I did, and so I just kept pressing them, like with the button ending. But this time I ran and grabbed the bucket for the last one just because I was curious. Worth it.
Honestly, this is some fun, like, ambience.
It really is. I wonder if someone could rip this sound out so I could just have it.
Well, they do have a full OST. I never actually listened to the full thing, so I wonder if it's on there. Stanley Parable OST.
Bucket. I'm just way too amused by this. My whole thought process was just all endings bucket.
Honestly, that's a good way of approaching it.
This is so cool.
It really is.
I'm just amazed. Well, I probably have to hit begin the game again, like the last time.
Yeah. I'm also impressed that the background is just purple. I don't know if that's, like, intentional or not, but that is a fun detail.
See?
Yep.
Even now, Stanley's office is
Ah.
a distant memory.
Now
What
it
did
closed.
look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting?
It actually closed this time.
He could
Interesting.
no longer recall. Not
Yeah, that's
everyone
what
so
I
lucky.
always
Lucky.
thought
Stanley was a very
happened.
lucky fellow. Very. Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone? Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear.
We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans. And the bucket...
Did you know this one was a thing? Did you try this?
This one I knew.
Okay.
This one I knew.
Okay, just making sure.
its own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger. of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
Said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like... My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
Cool.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I feel like there's an ending I missed with the
Well,
bucket.
you missed a whole bunch of them in like the mind control facility and stuff. But here's do you remember the escape pod ending
Kind of.
where you begin entering the boss's office but then back out right before the door closes?
Mm-hmm.
Take the bucket with you.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward.
I also love that the game just fucks with you with the layout of the office.
The door on his left.
It's pretty funny. Not gonna lie.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Alright, let's see if you could do a first try again. I have had issues with this, so, like...
I did it really well the last time. I don't remember how, but I did.
It's judging, like, where the trigger zone for the door close is. Oh. That was easy.
I did it! So what do I do now? I forget.
Just got abducted.
Ba-ba-ba-ba. Hi, Anomaly!
For this, you would go back down to your office. You do the ending as normal, but then you also you see where it leads you.
Doing alright. How about yourself, Bean? Bucket. Bucket, 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 bucket. Off. Dark Void.
Yep.
Let's just do all this all over again.
Yep.
If only it wasn't so dark. Ooh, that's good, Leica. That's awesome.
Hell yeah.
I find it kind of eerie that the narrator has not said a word.
Well, he never says anything in the escape pod ending. You are escaping him. You left him in the boss's office.
Well, I still find it eerie. Just feels weird.
All right. Just keep looking forward as you walk in there.
What? But Stanley, there was plenty of room for both of you. There was room for both of you.
Sometimes you have to let that which you love the most free.
Yeah.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Uh-oh.
You just left the bucket free.
But I didn't do all the endings with the bucket.
Well,
I know.
maybe just do restart.
Begin the game again?
Yeah.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
Aww. Replacement bucket. Aw. That's actually sad.
And try not to lose this one too, you dolt.
Ass. Anyway.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
You're getting emotional over the best bucket. Everyone will get emotional over the bucket.
I did just click a 3-2. Why am I getting emotional over a bucket? What? Wait a second. It's a bucket!
You're getting influenced by its immense charm.
Oh god. Da 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 da.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office. Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Also, I am eventually going to take the bucket back down this way, because I missed a chunk of the museum because I made an oops. But anyway.
There. Oh. No, the museum is very small, so you didn't miss. I don't think you missed anything.
Well, I feel like I did, but I don't know.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
I think this is the last ending I'm going to do, and then I'm going to raid off.
Alright.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Oh, does that not open anymore?
You have to give it a few moments, but if you want it, I mean, you actually don't need to do that. Well, oh, there we go.
I want to see what the bucket one with that would be. Just as exploration.
Mm-hmm. You actually, in order to access the bottom of the mind control room ending, you actually don't even need to do the other Easter egg. You could just, do it from whatever chair or thing that you have access to. This is going to do just the standard 2013 Easter egg.
How do I get that one to trigger again?
I think you press the light button. Yep.
Oh, so there's nothing special about it.
Not this one. But maybe take a look at the bottom of the mind control room ending.
But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next? Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really
Look
wasn't
around.
so bad down here, a bit cold perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis. But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
That was funny. That was honestly funny.
Couple more. I would say maybe like the start of the next stream would probably be all that's left to finish up the Stanley Parable. There is you've seen most of the endings. There's a couple of new ones, and then maybe a little bit more later, but end is coming soon. But is the end ever the end?
That's a good question. I'm just wow. Just mind. This is a very fun game.
As I said, I love it so.
Well, who do I want to send the love over to? I should send it over to someone I haven't done in a very, 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 very long time. Someone new to a lot of people. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. Let's see. Okay, I haven't rated this person in a very, very, very long time. I don't even remember what their content is like. But maybe next time, Denny. I'm rating someone I haven't rated in a while. They've got very few people watching, and I don't remember what their content's like, so I want to kind of send the love over to them because it's been a long time. I think that's fair, right?
Yeah. I think the bell just rang for food, so.
Yep.
Everyone. Yeah, I'm going to just dip out for a moment sooner.
See you
I'll
in a
see
bit.
all of you later. Yeah.
All right. See you after you get your food, love. Oh, all right. All right. Y'all have a good one. Please stick around for the raid. I'm gonna be funny. Woo. Y'all take care, everyone. Appreciate you all. Later, everyone. Glad Bean, thank you so much, you little sneak. Alright, I'm going to properly raid off now, but I wanted to make sure you knew that I was appreciative of that, you absolute fresh bean. But I am raiding off proper now. You'll have a good one. I appreciate you all, and again, thank you so much, Vlad, you silly sweet bean. I was just going to make sure that I caught that before I raided off. Anyway, take care, everyone. Have a good night.